Alright. Welcome back to another stream of Assassin's Creed Origins with our 100% Nightmare difficulty run. And yeah, another part of the Historical Order run, playing all the way through human history. From 10 million BC with Ancestors for Humankind Odyssey until 1945 with a World War II game. Gonna cover a lot of the historical major events and time settings that have been covered in modern gaming that are interesting to me. And yeah, currently we are in 48 BC, the time of Cleopatra and Caesar still, and we are level 31 at the moment with about 24 hours of playtime. We're gonna work on finishing Memphis today with the next target. And then we're slowly but surely making our way towards the Faiyum. And yeah, also the area of a crocodile, which is going to be the last target of our current list. So yeah, let's dive back into the game. I have to say, it's kind of been cool to do it like this with a quest order, to do the assassination at the very last. Because it will permanently change how Memphis looks like. It certainly sets the stage, like visually, but also narratively, for the corruption that's still present in the city. And yeah, now that we worked on kind of like the influence of the lizard, it is time to take down our target. And I think that way it also gives a bit more weight to what the target stands for, you know? Okay, I can immediately go ahead and kill the target, but the side quests certainly add to the motivation, and also seeing the impact of how much influence the lizard wields. Okay, gonna sort by level. And then the next quest will be the lizard's face. Go ahead and kill the next target. We have finished all of the side quests in Memphis. So the only quest remaining here will be the target. Location-wise, we've also done everything except for this one over there. We can tackle that later. I'm gonna go for Barik's outfit here for this mission. Let's upgrade our quiver. The amount of arrows we can carry. Also, hey Lucinda, welcome in. Good morning, and thank you so much for the welcome back. Indeed, yeah, we are back from Denmark, visiting the land of the Danes and the Vikings. The land of meat and mead. But yeah, how's it going, Lucinda? Thank you also so much for the resubscription as well. I hope you had a good week. I hope you had a good time with Ghost of Tsushima as well. How has that been going for you, and how far into the game are you at this point? Oh yeah, definitely had some delicious food in Denmark. I was surprised to see that Denmark is actually quite a bit more expensive food-wise than Germany is. Because Germany has already gotten much more expensive in the past couple of years. But yeah, Denmark is even crazier. Doing well, done with your work weekend, and this is your last week before starting the new job. About 2/3 for the main story tales. I gotcha. That's awesome, Lucinda. That it's only another week, and you know, then you can transition over there. Much hype indeed. But yeah, I bet you're looking forward to it. Yeah, that's good progress with Ghost of Tsushima. I reckon you might be able to finish it this week, depending how much time you have for it. Looking forward to having money again. Yeah, I don't blame you one bit. I would definitely help, you know, getting to do that on a regular basis. And also in like an environment, you know, that's is hopefully like pleasant to work in. Aim to finish it by Thursday? Hell yeah. I'm looking forward to see what kind of outcome you're gonna get. I don't want to say anything more to that. Because anything more would be like a spoiler. But yeah, it's definitely like a difference. So it'll be interesting. Also, hey there, Dr. Darling, welcome in. First after months. Has it been months? I guess Mr. Gotti wasn't on his game today. There's different outcomes, you didn't know that? Yeah, there's definitely different paths you can go, basically. But yeah, it's not like, you know, like obviously the choices you have in Ghost of Tsushima are quite limited. And it's less about like branching dialogues and like different, you know, like multiple kind of endings. But yeah, that's like a difference, I guess, that really makes sense for how you think Jin is as a character, I guess. But yeah, the good thing is that it still makes sense either way, you know. It's not like something breaking the story or anything. It really feels appropriate. You didn't see any dialogue options, you figured there was only one ending. Yeah, the only options you have is when you have like these, for example, horse rides with allies. And they sometimes like ask you a question, and I think you have like an option to choose between two choices or something. So I think those are kind of like the only choices you have. But yeah, you're gonna have a similar choice, I guess, at the end. Only it's gonna be a bit more impactful. Those dialogue choices, of course, I don't think they have any impact whatsoever on dialogues happening afterwards, but I might be proven wrong. I've only done like a full like playthrough once, and then like a main story playthrough, so it's been a bit since I was really into it. Yeah, but definitely quite sparingly for sure. More of a rare encounter. Yeah, for sure. It's definitely something quite like something they've done before. Sucker Punch Studios. When I was playing Infamous Second Son not that long ago, I actually noticed quite a few like similarities between Ghost of Tsushima and that game, even though they're like so different. But it's kind of like duality. I guess in Ghost of Tsushima it's between like combat and stealth in a way. Combat being like the samurai way, and stealth being like the ghost type of way. That's like something similar, which is like much more broken down in Infamous. It's like bad and good karma, I guess, but act quite similar sometimes. Yeah, I didn't know that as well before I looked up Infamous, but it was the same studio. We've done stealth kills, but you would say 80% of your combat is just YOLO. That's the spirit sometimes. Sometimes you just don't want to be buffered with like sneaking around and like taking care of every little misstep or something. Yeah, I think I'm gonna wait until I have 3 skill points. I can get either Elite Ranger or Kill Loot. Would be nice because it's like less time spending on looting, essentially. Not entirely necessary, but it's a nice quality of life addition. Smokescreen damage is actually quite overpowered. Like on regular difficulty, you can 2-shot enemies with it sometimes. And it does AoE damage, so if you have enough of them, it can be quite powerful. Exactly, like the standoffs are just way too satisfying not to utilize. It's so fun as well, like the way it's kind of like timing based. I think there's actually a mod where someone removed the slow motion on the standoffs to make it like look more realistic. And it looks like crazy fast that way. Because Jin is really slicing those enemies open at like breakneck speed or something. Okay, so let's upgrade the quiver. And the breastplate maybe? Yes. in the 2 pouch another time. Okay, I think we are ready to meet Aya. I check the Weaver here though for any potential new outfits.
See something of use to you, friend?
The gasp of the plains. Kinda expensive though. And I'm not a big fan of it either. So I'm gonna leave it for now. The parkour layout here gives me a bit of Mirage vibes. Only that Mirage parkour is just a lot smoother and at least has like a few extra mechanics. And of course environments are even more built for parkour than here. I think the city layout had like priority over just creating good rooftop paths. But they still made it work quite well in Memphis, I think. Definitely a city built around the idea of like having good parkour paths. Even if the mechanics are a bit more limited.
Remta should know of this.
He waits at the palace. I have horses for us nearby. What are you waiting for, my love? Shall we race, like we did in Siwa?
Only if you're ready to lose.
Bold words. I will see you back them up. Eat my dust!
What is the price for winning?
You'll never find out! You're slower than Ramses, and he's been dead a few years now.
You can't keep that pace!
Try me! Faster, beast, faster! I need to prove a point!
Seems I have come out on top.
Seems you have.
We all have weaknesses.
Yes, and yours is winning graciously.
this about?
The Queen is about to speak. Let's go and listen.
I like the comeback on Aya there.
Out of my way!
Coming through!
Some awesome.
As they rule, the gods curse our land, withholding the river's floods. But as the living goddess ascends the throne, the waters will rise again. Through me, Memphis shines as rubies set in gold. Through me, Egypt triumphs. I cannot lose them. They must know my voice is that of the goddess.
My queen,
The Apis bull persists in ailing.
we have found the cause of his sickness. He was poisoned.
Who did this?
The twin priestesses.
Have them boiled to death inside a bronze bull.
Goddess, no.
They were coerced. Their brother was kidnapped by a priest of Anubis with a blue scarf and a cough.
Hetepi? But he is amongst my closest advisors.
Those living in one's shadow are the least worthy of trust.
If even Hetepi is against me.
Your wife and child were threatened by him, but now they are safe. We can overcome this.
The priests of Anubis will be conducting rites in the Great Temple. Look for their masks.
My blade will serve as well as his.
No, that's me.
I care not who kills the priest. Let it be done before we head to Heraklion in the north.
Wait. Tanun the Father breathes strength into your arm.
He just upgraded my hidden blade by 5 upgrade levels. Would be fun if you had like a temporary bonus, like a conviction bonus or something. The belief is strong. So this mission is kind of like a reference to AC1 with a target that is kind of like disguised like other scholars. In this case it's like a priest dressed as other priests, but both the targets do stand out by observing either the pouch or like the hood. In this case it's like a blue scarf and a cuff, which makes finding our target definitely a lot easier. And given it's an assassination, I'm gonna go ahead and enable the hood.
Is that the man I seek? A priest of Anubis. But is it Hetepi? Hetepi hides among his brothers. How many priests does one city need?
Too many. Ava Absolution, welcome in.
هن خريت لغة ياهو.
Only one of these priests has to die. I must strike carefully.
There he is. Hey, Aya, welcome in. And thank you, yeah, had a very nice vacation in Denmark. Really enjoyed it. Hope you also had a good week. Is a multiplayer for Black Flag still online? It should be, yeah. It's one of the only multiplayers, like of a classic multiplayer that is still online. I like how he's still coughing in his sleep.
The lizard! The priest who cursed Memphis!
I serve the ways of old Egypt.
Old Egypt asks a heavy price. Innocents mutilated. Children ripped from the womb. The high priest's name abused.
His name was Muck before you arrived. The masses are the cattle of the gods, driven by the herdsman's whip. You are one of them, Bayek. You are a cow!
It is will that drives me, not fear.
Oh, yes? And who passes the whip over your back? Who demands that you stay in your car with my death?
I have my gods. Now face yours. By your death, the curses of Memphis are lifted. I should report to the others.
Man, these cutscenes are so freaking good. Also love the voice actor for the lizard. I love the fact that he's actually has a cough because he's like constantly dealing with the sickness himself, right? Like he's the one spreading it. Actively trying to corrupt Memphis, but he's corruption itself, you know. And it's kind of like symbolized by him being also sick. When Bayek says, Old Egypt asked for a heavy price. But yeah, he now paid the ultimate price. Aya is no longer, she's Amunet. Yeah, she's about to be. the goddess of hiddenness. Indeed, Aya, that's great to hear. How much for the Anubis outfit? Makes you wonder if there's actually like a mod to change your outfit to the Anubis, because recently there was like a tool release that made incorporating like character models into the game as playable much easier, which was followed by like a wave of like character model mods for various AC games. And it wouldn't surprise me if they actually made that one of the options. So if you're playing on PC, with luck, you might be able to actually play it like that.
My queen, they acted only to lift the threat on their brother's life.
Curses will trouble you no more.
Hetepi. What could have driven him to such madness?
Memphis is yours again.
Ours.
These dark matters settled, we can finally prepare for the festival of Apis.
May demons feast on Hetepi's car. And may those guilty of Chemo's death soon follow.
Playing on our heartstrings for Cleopatra. It's kind of funny how that's like more of an afterthought to her, because she knows she has to win her favor. She knows how important Bark and I have become to her in carrying out these assassinations. But yeah, she is definitely quite selfish in her ambitions. Doubt she cares about Remo's death more than she needs to.
It is agony to leave you, but I must go on alone.
Aya,
I will stand by my duty.
where will your duty take you?
North, to set the sea aflame.
I walk on your water.
I hope we will hunt together again soon. Until then, let us take this night as ours.
And that finishes the lizard's face. And another target of the Order. The Tappy's-like influence was felt throughout Memphis. Bike chased him even through the realms of dreams. The Tappy was slain in Memphis' great temple, inside of all the gods. Oh, I'm sorry. I think StreamerBot isn't on right now. Okay, StreamerBot is on, and you should have gotten your points back. The ultimate Assassin's Creed success sound combination. Alright, so looking at the quest order that I follow, the next quest will be the Rites of Anubis. Okay, so we can definitely head into this area here. Still have a question mark down here in Memphis, but I'm sure we're gonna be taken back there in this kind of like south area at some point, and then we can take care of that.
You will not escape.
It stays my order. I got him lined up.
Easy shot. Well in range.
I have your guts for that. Target in range. You will suffer for that.
Hey. Ogozi, you're finished.
Wait a minute. You are out of options. There!
They're staging another ambush here.
You hear that? Eyes open, brother.
Alarm! Over here! Now!
As if
To kill you!
he saw me there.
How'd that get in there?
How that arrow got into the leg? That is the question, isn't it?
Precision gerecht.
Hey there, Mr. Goody. Welcome in. Welcome in, citizen.
Nothing good past. Buy me some time. I must push on.
Alright, so now we should be getting to a place where they harvest a lot of the Natron that they use in Memphis for the mummification process. Let's check out the weaver here.
Looking for anything in particular?
This one doesn't look too bad, but 5,000 is still kinda expensive. So I don't want to spend my money right now on super expensive visuals. What are you good? You had a mini nap after the gym today. You're kind of hungry, so you got some food? Hell yeah. What kind of food did you get today?
Is that him? It could not be, could it? Oh gods, it is! Quiet, he'll hear you. Don't look at him.
So as you can see, we actually already have a reputation here. That's because this is the area where we killed the first target, Wadjet. At the beginning of the game, it's a whole scene of Bark saying, sleep I never sleep. Which was actually in the bend pyramid, which should be over there. That's the one where we killed Wadjet. And apparently Bark went here to kind of investigate the area before killing the dude. Which means the people there actually remember Bark as, you know, the killer. One of the most important persons in this area.
You are either very brave or very foolish, setting foot back here.
Nefertari, isn't it? 1,000 blessings are long overdue.
Bastard! Naked Eadet!
That was Rujek's wife. Did you expect anything less? This way, Bayek. And bring along your 1,000 blessings. You will need them.
Bayek felt pretty good
I feel bad for her. But it had to be done.
for being like kicked in the nuts.
Better than the last time I found you. Are you just better at killing now?
Rujek was only the beginning.
Yes, your hunt. The Heron.
Where are you taking me?
To make amends with Anubis.
Amends? I do not know what you're talking about.
Of course. How could you? You left the moment you woke. You know all the Natron for Egypt is collected here. We send it mostly to Memphis to cover the bodies of the dead.
Oh, your hands. The cracks and calluses are getting worse, Nevid.
It's the
Look at me.
slabs.
I know.
No, you're unwell.
I will have you switched with someone at the pools. That should provide.
Natron has other uses, though. I could use it to disinfect a wound. Or wash the stains of blood off my hands, for example. It looks better, Neb. I will have one of my aides bring something for the pain.
And my brother?
Recovering. He needs rest.
You do not need to remind me. Why are so many of your people ailing?
Because Anubis is displeased. Ever since you left, the torches by his shrines have lost their flame. We are no longer protected.
From what? The wrath of Anubis?
Whatever it is, we have suffered grave injuries trying to reignite them. Some have even vanished. It has become clear that Anubis demands your appeal and yours alone.
Semu.
Simba ow. What? Penachte, Hirt en Berg.
I'll ignite the torches and end this curse, or omen, or whatever it is.
You would do well to, if you ever hope to appease Anubis and gain my pardon. Sophia, give some frankincense to the men at the pool, would you? I don't need to tell you to be careful. There are 3 shrines. One to the south, one atop the natural well, and one inside the bent pyramid. You know your way to that one.
Another person that seems very surprised and not too pleased about Bayek being here. Sophia. Gotta remember that face. She's the secret beloved of Rujek, the former one. Not his wife, but still someone who, you know, has taken in ill favor with Bayek.
One of the torches of Anubis should be here. This torch has fallen over. Where's the head? This fence is broken. Was there a struggle?
Also, thank you for the 10 stream streak, Godi.
Nefertari was not exaggerating. This one died trying to light the torch. There's the torch head. It must have fallen from the ledge when the torch was tipped over. Charms. This should do it. All I need to do now is light it. Gatekeeper of the Duat, I honor your name.
How's Origins going? Yeah, it's going pretty good. We finished with Memphis and killed another target, the lizard. So right now we only have a crocodile left at this stage of the story. And yeah, we're making our way over to the Faiyum next year. So this whole area. But yeah, we explored Memphis, Giza, Alexandria. All of that is done. So definitely making some decent progress. Definitely good soft level farming spot here.
Torches must be here. There's blood on these linens. Someone hung these. Charms of Anubis. Someone has put these here, but why? Gatekeeper of the Duat. I honor your name. That was no simple task. There are other forces at work here.
Together! Not going anywhere! Cover my escape! Yeah.
Bent tomb of Sneferu. Someone has been here recently. It's blocked. There must be some way through. The tracks here are fresh. There must be another way inside the tomb.
So I can actually shoot this open from the left side, but I wonder if there's a way to do it another way. Can't actually bait it. Maybe with firebombs. Nice, it worked. Usually you would have to go around and then shoot this open, or, you know, bust this open from the other side.
This is where my quest began. Someone has taken great care of this chamber. Gatekeeper of the Duat, I honor your name. That is the last torch. I should return to Nefertari.
But first we're gonna investigate this tomb here with a quest related to the first kill that Baek has done.
My life was undone here. Yet now there's a shrine, a memorial where none should be. Could this be for Wadjet? None could care for that snake that began this twisted quest, could they? More charms. What were they trying to achieve? Wadjet's arrow. I marked his name off my list with this. Now it sits on the ground, forgotten. Someone has sealed this room. The smell of the blood I spilled still lingers here. A mummified heron. For resurrection? No. Whoever did this must have known of Wadjet's place in the Order. Wadjet does not deserve a tomb, but this is an insult. This tomb was made for a pharaoh. Whoever did this has defiled this place. Wadjet's mask. I barely remember what happened after I stabbed him. This room has told me all I need to know. This place was a beginning for me, and an end for Wadjet. The arrow marked both of those things. After I stabbed that bastard, things went dark. When I came back to myself, Wadjet was dead. Wadjet's body should have been left to rot. He has been laid to rest with respect by someone who wanted him to enter the Duat prepared. Whoever buried him also left this heron mummy to honor Wadjet with his god's damned namesake in the afterlife. They then returned here to pay respect to Wadjet, if these candles are any indication. No matter what, I know Wadjet's heart was found lacking. That bastard suffers in the afterlife, no matter what was done here. I will be judged one day, but I do not regret my actions. The feather will always be lighter than my heart.
I really like this quest a lot, you know. It's like very short and just investigation, but it's quite a bit of an extra layer to what's going on in the background here. And also for Baek to kind of like get to reminisce on, you know, his first kill and how it like affected and changed him. As he says, his life was undone here, and he accepts the consequences of taking a life, which means, you know, his heart will never be lighter than a feather, which means he never will have a chance to, you know, really come to peace with himself and with what he's doing. This game has so much depth, you never get tired of hearing and watching those scenes. Me neither. It just did such a great job, I think, connecting the narrative with the game world and the side quests, like the main narrative. And most of the activities you can find are kind of like there to support all that. Which makes it very cohesive, I think, and definitely adds all those kind of different layers to the characters and the motivations.
Oh, mighty Anubis! Thank you, dark pupil of the sun who judges all! Thank you for letting us rise to please you!
What news do you bring?
The torches burn with a relentless flame.
Then I pray Anubis will grant us pardon.
There were charms left beside each one. Does that mean anything to you?
Beside the torches?
Most likely to ward off the omen.
I will keep my eyes open. In the meantime, some rebels nearby need treatment. I normally make the trips, but I am needed here. Sufia has offered to go in my place, but only if you escort her.
It will be done.
Bayek, I hope this hunt of yours ends soon, before you cannot return from what you have become.
Well, I hate to break it to you, but I don't think he's gonna come back from it. He's gonna embrace it so much that he's gonna create an entire brotherhood of people to follow him. Okay, so according to the quest order that I follow, I would now be doing the secrets of the first pyramids before doing one night forts, but given that this is a connecting quest to what we've just done, I'm gonna do it now, because I think it flows a lot better that way. Okay, we gotta make it nighttime, wo?
Shedid?
Good to see you, Namrud.
Nefertari sent reinforcements, I see.
His name is Bayek, a dear friend of Nefertari's. I've asked him to come along and he graciously accepted.
I suppose we all do.
I hear you are in some trouble. I owe a favor to Nefertari.
If it's as you say, follow me and stay close. We've got quite a journey ahead. The path to the mine was clear, but that doesn't mean it will be on the way back. Be ready for anything.
You seem uneasy, Namrud. Why the hesitance?
I don't like straying from the plan. These lands are teeming with dangers. Bandits, soldiers, the wild. It's why we make the trips at night. Helps avoid trouble.
Where are you camped?
In an abandoned fort to the west. Our point of retreat.
Retreat from what?
An attack on a nearby encampment. There were more soldiers than we thought. Lost a lot of good men.
How many wounded?
Enough. That's why being close to their mine is so important. The healers work wonders. We are lucky Nefertari allows these deals. She has a pure heart. Risks her neck. The mine belongs to the regime after all. We should be out of harm's way once we cross that bridge. This is it. When we get inside, I will need your help to tend to the wounded while Sufia prepares the Natron. I pray we have not lost more men.
I will set up. Bayek, follow Namrut. He will show you what to do.
This way, we will line them up. It will be easier for Sufia. These men, move them to the rear, by the kilns.
I can take care of this on my own. They need you more than I do right now. I am nearly finished. Help the rebels.
You could say she is a bit pissed at Bayek. But she's of course the one who's, you know, been irritating the Rites of Anubis and been like knocking over the lighting steelies. And instead, you know, put up charms to honor Rujek.
The band is much smaller than I imagined.
I am so cold.
Small, but united. We fight for one another. I am merely one of them, spared by the gods this time.
Careful!
Their wounds are severe, but they'll live if Sufia is anything like Nefertari.
You and Nefertari are old friends.
Something like that. She saved my life after I killed Rujek.
You are the one that killed Rujek, huh? I cannot believe it.
By the gods, the brazier! The fire will alert the regime!
Spread out!
They have found us!
Rebels! Move in! Leave none alive! Archers! Ready your arrows! Kill the wounded last! It is useless to fight! You are outnumbered! Lay down your Those who oppose Ptolemy's reign die! One fight to incite rebels! A fool's choice!
It's Sufia. She lit the brazier. Why would she draw the soldiers to us? I will go check on the others. Go do something about Sufia. Sufia is the one responsible for this. She is by the brazier.
No! Stay away from me!
Talk! The omens! It was you! Why?
Rujek, I I loved him! He promised me a better life! You took him from me!
Now I see. You're Rujek's mistress. Well, your fucking lover killed my son! I feel nothing for you!
You are meant to die! Ah!
What a shame. Such a pretty girl. There's no room for pretty in our war.
Death drives us to do things we regret.
She tricked us both.
Your men?
The pile of dead gets bigger. We will treat the survivors. No time to fetch another healer.
Yeah, the sealer has bit in the dust. It's understandable she would be angry with, you know, Bike, but she, like, also, you know, risked the life of all of these soldiers, yeah. So she didn't mind going over more dead bodies, you know, than just Bikes to get her revenge. But yeah, that finishes One Night Forts. Which means the next quest we will be doing is one we have already accepted because it's a DLC quest, which means you only have this as a Uplay reward or if you have pre-ordered the game back then. And that is the Secrets of the First Pyramids. It's a bit more of a lengthy quest, but yeah, it's about like figuring out, you know, a bit of a backstory there. And also gonna tie in into the history, of course, of the pyramids, and we're also gonna cover some discovery tours as well, in connection to what's being talked about in that quest. So let's go ahead and find the scholar. Who is... ah yeah, all the way down here. I think I might actually go there over Memphis and take care of this question mark over here. And this one.
Chero.
A little barter then? Let's see you some other time.
Right, let's go ahead and sell a couple items here that we don't need. Okay, let's see if we can get anything good out of a hacker chest here. That is pretty good. The ceremonial stuff, the legendary scepter, which is also on fire. I take that for 3000, you can't complain. Gonna use it instead of a spear here. There's not too many legendary scepters in this game, so it's nice to get at least a couple of them.
Do it now! Protect the Kyria now! Clear up! We are the wall! Keep me safe! We must not fail!
Hey, hold on! Hey, hold on!
The way he just died with a headshot in slow-mo mid-air while like jumping. Couldn't have timed it better.
Not to draw attention here.
You want forgiveness? Get religion.
Yes.
May you walk the land of the Duat.
What is it then? Should I get religion or should I walk the land of the Duat? Or maybe both? Get religion first, then walk the land of the Duat.
Gods here are vigilant.
Hey, what? There you are! Hey, what?
May you walk the land of the Duat.
Get religion while you walk in the land of the Duat. Fair enough. Well, gotta wait until the Curse of the Pharaohs DLC then. Until we visit the Duat there.
Hey! There is no escape!
This location kind of reminds me of pirate hideouts or like smuggler dens in Assassin's Creed Black Flag. The game done previously by this team.
Whoa. Position.
was a bit too close, huh? Is that a Magi badge? Fascinating. I thought they were all extinct. As skilled as I'd read. That was extraordinary. Well done. Who sent you? Was it Kition or Heraclides? They thought I couldn't handle myself out here, but we've shown them, haven't we?
Have we? What are you doing out here?
Are you joking, Neb? We are searching for the lost vault of the great Sneferu, the founder of the golden age of the old kingdom.
And how are we doing that?
Didn't they tell you anything before they sent you after me?
Remind me.
According to my research, Sneferu hid 3 artifacts in his pyramid.
You stir so much
One
shit, I'm
in the
surprised
Medum,
your hands
his
ain't
first
stained
and
brown.
failed pyramid. Another in the Bent, whose design he obviously modified after the Medum's collapse. And one in his final masterpiece and tomb, the Shining Pyramid. I have one artifact, but those bandits stole another from me. You'll need to get it back for us.
Where was this?
They camp in the cliffs to the west of Memphis. You can find them by following the stream. Also, you'll need to find a way into the Shining Pyramid to get the last artifact. I think there's an opening high up, but it's quite the climb. In my youth, I could have done it, but...
I will take a look. How many bandits were there?
All of them, I think.
How many? All of them. Are you joking, Neb? All right. Must be joking. Alright, let's have a look into these tombs here. Tombs. Don't tell Lara. Gotta find out what's in these tombs myself. What am I missing here? I guess I have to dive here. Was that it? Maybe not. Oh, I didn't see a way through here. Never mind. My bad. It's probably one of the most intricate tombs in terms of like how many levels there are to like the puzzles and stuff. Hey Veshela, welcome in. Ahoy. And thank you dude for the GGs. Was definitely a good game for the Hertha soul. But yeah. Definitely felt a bit closer for quite a while of the game. We definitely dominated the first half and then also, you know, got the 1-0. But as soon as we got out of the like halftime break, we did like the stupidest mistake of a goalkeeper. It was like a goalkeeper ball basically that he mispassed to the enemy player. And that kind of like gave Hansa Rostock like quite momentum. But yeah, in the end, you know, it was like a very decisive win. For sure. It was good to see so many goals scored. And they didn't even have the like easiest enemy necessarily, because I mean Rostock is like a former second tier club that just got relegated to third tier in the first round of the DFB Pokal. So yeah, I'm pretty happy. You know those mistakes from Dortmund? Flashbacks to Kobel missing the ball in the Bayern Munich game. I don't even blame him, you know, sometimes shit happens. But yeah, that one was quite iconic. But in the end it was a good and clear win, and that's what counts. Exactly. It would be a good kind of like setup for Saturday's game against Regensburg. Well, Regensburg probably is also quite will have some mental fortitude, because they just beaten a first tier club with Bochum.
This plain looking artifact must have some hidden value if it was stored among such treasures.
I don't blame Kobe at all for any loss. He often saves Dortmund. He really does. He's such a good keeper. I would hope that Dortmund will have him for a while longer. He's definitely one of my favorite keepers of the first tier.
Ancient writing from the Old Kingdom.
For example, against Lübeck, Can losing the ball easily once again in the midfield. Lotterbeck being the one step too late once again and getting unnecessary yellow card because of it. Yeah, it's definitely kind of like not 100% there with the head, it seems, you know. Because it's something that can be so easily avoided. Just gotta keep focus and, you know, really like, yeah, get your mindset in place, I guess. Which is unnecessary, really. Really hope he spends his career in Dortmund, but for that they must be able to compete and win the championship, you guess. Yeah, I think it's only gonna be a matter of time until one of the bigger clubs comes knocking, if they're in need of like a good keeper. It really gets to show how important mentality is, you know. I mean, you can have like the greatest skill, but gotta also have like a killer instinct as like a, you know, striker, or just really have a consistency as a defender. To also predict, you know, certain plays and stuff. But yeah, if your head is not in the game, then you're not gonna win the game.
This place is heavily guarded.
Oh. Already done this one earlier, so I doubt it's heavily guarded. Unless they just respawned. Oh yeah, there's some respawn.
This must be the artifact the bandits stole from Mercus. Strange thing. Time to find Mercus. See what these 3 artifacts are up to.
As a defender, you don't have to do fancy plays, just don't make any mistakes. Yeah, it's really just about being that rock in the storm kind of thing, you know. It's kind of the reason I played defender for most of my football youth career, if you want to call it that. But I used to be able to stay kind of like really calm in these like getting pressured moments. And just make like no bullshit passes really. Played 2 years of a former Hertha player in the youth. You did? So which one are you talking about, Schiller? That's awesome. So what position did you play? Mostly. Langkamp, you were in the defense with him. Ooh, that's really cool, dude. That's awesome. So how old were you when you played with him then? And Bark's hands must hurt so much after using any kind of like rope in this game. But also sliding down the pyramids and stuff. During C&D Jugend. Very, very cool dude. So apparently he's playing in Australia at the moment. He went from Hertha to Bremen and then he went to Australia. You were glad as he was gone? Oh yeah? So honestly, I didn't really follow Hertha or football all that much exactly when he was at the club. I kind of stopped following football super intensively in like 2013 pretty much. I didn't pick it up again until like 3 years ago. So I still watch, of course, major tournaments and like some of the big games, but I didn't really follow all that much on like football or like Hertha. So I'm not sure like how I was maybe as like a person or something. You don't blame me renting out your season ticket for Dortmund this season. That's definitely fair too. If you just want to have a bit of a break. So right now I'm definitely still very much in the football fever again. But yeah, after I kind of like stopped playing, you know, and also like a lot of my football enthusiasm kind of happened because I used to watch a lot with my father and brother. So when I was kind of like moving out, I guess, and being on my own, I was like having less reason to kind of like check it out, I guess. That's probably most of the reason why I didn't really watch it for so many years. But yeah, we still went to the stadium every now and then.
He is down! Shit!
Have in mind that he was a child during this time. He knew that he was the best player on the team by far, and he knew it. Lanka was just really an asshole, hiding shoes of some players when we're close into the shower. Yeah. Some people can be like that in like teenage years, or like child years. Who knows how it might have evolved later. I know some people have been like the biggest dicks and assholes and turn out to be quite decent humans. But you never know, you know, it's definitely a dick move to do that kind of stuff to your core players, especially if it kind of happens out of a certain like sense of like superiority. That's definitely not a cool thing. I can definitely understand why you guys would be kind of glad to have not to deal with it anymore. And the other thing is, you know, sometimes it's good for a really good player to just move along, you know, to the next base. Because it might also humble them, you know, like playing with like people on their level or that are actually better than them. It's good for people to get challenged, you know, also the best in the team. That's why I left the club early on for another club in the area, which is on the same level. Makes sense, yeah. You know how he behaves nowadays, you can't say anything about him now. Yeah, I mean, that's of course like quite a few years ago. The Jugend is like, I don't know, 10 years? 10 to 11, 12 years or something, I think, roughly. So, that would be quite a while ago.
I have retrieved the other 2 artifacts.
Aha! This confirms my theory. By Ra, that's it. The artifacts form a diagram, but a part is missing. There's no way to connect them. But there's a passage in the Egyptiaca that says, the path is clear atop the shining tip. And the inscriptions on this artifact must mean the Pyramidion on top of Sneferu's tomb, the Shining Pyramid. I'm sure the key to the mystery is up there. Why don't you just run up and take a look?
What are we looking for at the end of this?
The priceless treasures of Sneferu have been lost to the ages. We will be heroes when we recover them and bring them out into the light of day.
Hey, I am no grave robber.
No, of course not. I promise you, this will not disturb anyone's rest in the field of reeds.
I will climb up and see what I can find.
But yeah, I definitely have some great memories of like playing football in the youth. There was like tournaments sometimes where we went to like bigger cities and got to actually compete with like bigger teams too. Like more on like a, you know, friendship level. Kind of like, I mean, it was like a proper tournament, but like nothing that's determined, you know, like getting to another stage or something. But yeah, sometimes even like, you know, a Hertha youth team would be there, or like HSV or something like that. Like more like bigger clubs in like the rough area where I lived. It was like a cool kind of like motivation to get to play against like, you know, really, really good youth players. And sometimes I actually did not too bad, considering we're like, you know, a club from like a pretty small village, pretty much. You start playing early and switch to table tennis. That's a nice choice as well. I love table tennis. That's like, honestly, whenever I played, I was like pretty good at it. So I usually did beat like most of my casual like opponents, whether it was like friends or family. But later on, like in my late teens, I actually joined a table tennis club for like a couple months, and I got destroyed. This was kind of like in a year where I couldn't play football because my current team was kind of like disbanding, I guess, in a way, and we didn't actually have enough players to fill like an entire team for the current age I was at. So there was like not a team for me at that particular year. So I switched to table tennis for that amount. And yeah, I got wrecked there. I think it's also because I just never really learned like a good technique or anything like that, right? I just like kind of got my own technique, I guess, for like playing casually, and it couldn't really compete with like people dedicated. With one famous youth cup in the area, Bayern, Dortmund, Schalke, and many big teams are there. That's so cool. Such a nice opportunity, and maybe also for some kids to be, you know, like seen as well. Would probably be a nice way for like scouting to come in from like bigger clubs to see if there might be some promising players in like other teams. It doesn't exist anymore for financial reasons. You played for over 10 years until you had a massive knee injury and then you stopped. Wasn't that bad, made it to the West German Championship in your area. Damn, dude. GG's on that. It really sucks though that an injury kind of like forced you to stop. But just the worst thing, you know, especially with like really enjoying like a certain sport. But I definitely also have some kind of like injuries, I guess, from my football times that are not like super severe. But sometimes, you know, you can definitely feel like that you've been like kicked in the Achilles, how's it called? Achillesferse. Too many times.
The top of the tomb of Sneferu. There are strange slots here. Maybe if I... These 3 artifacts fit perfectly into the slots of the capstone. It is a diagram. From here at the Shining Pyramid, it seems to indicate those ruins out east. That's where we will find the vault.
Give me 1 sec. Alrighty, let's go ahead and speak to Merkis. It was your whole left knee and couldn't use it properly for over a year until you got your meniscus removed. You try to play from time to time, but there's no stability in that knee and it twists so easily. That really sucks, Shilla. And sorry to hear. So does it also like impact you on like walking and running to a degree? Also more like certain movements that you only use in like sports like that are like an issue?
And what did you see? Was it as I said?
Can't run anymore, walking is fine. I gotcha. Yeah, that really sucks. Especially like in a sport like table tennis where you wouldn't necessarily expect to receive such an injury, you know? At least I wouldn't.
Don't keep me in suspense. Did you find anything?
Quite the view. The markers fit into place upon the capstone and create a complete diagram.
You are remarkable. And does it explain the riddle in the histories about where to find the vault?
Mm-hmm. I suspect it meant something to the east of us. I could make out what looks like a ruined temple now.
Follow me. I'll get us there.
Do not rush into trouble again.
With you at my side? Never.
How did you cross paths with the bandits earlier?
Oh, I enlisted their help to find the missing artifacts.
What? You mean you hired them?
Well, their leader, Belosh, claimed he knew the desert better than anyone. I didn't think they would turn on me. I didn't know they were those kind of bandits.
There are no other kinds of bandits. They all pillage and kill for coin.
Yes, they seem rather intent on both, having stolen one artifact from me and then trying to kill me for the other.
You are a hazard to yourself.
No kidding.
I've been told that before.
A bit naive maybe. Think that the bandits would actually help him.
The entrance will be hidden, of course.
But you use your knees a lot in table tennis. Yeah, I mean like really to support your stance, I reckon. And also to make these like fine adjustments. I reckon also like depending on the speed of like the play, right? It also like impacts how fast you would have to move your knees back and forth.
The ground seems soft here. Let's see what is beneath the sand.
By Ra, I wonder what we'll find.
A brief history of time.
One last deadly obstacle.
Dr. Darling, thank you for redeeming history time with Akhenaten. Oh yeah. Gonna finish this quest here, and then we're gonna check that out. Thank you again for sharing.
Come along. This way. You first. We are the first to set foot here in more than 2,000 years. The treasures that must be here.
The thing is that you can have many quick changes of your direction in a short time. That is true. Yeah. So did you also play table tennis like in a double or something, or did you play it mainly solo by yourself?
Nothing to worry about. You did exactly as I would have told you, if you hadn't acted so quickly. Oh my! By Ra, all that is divine beauty. Do your eyes see what mine see?
This room has been perfectly preserved.
Untouched since Sneferu's reign.
And that is the Pyramidion.
A perfectly preserved Pyramidion. A relic of the gods. And the origin of all good things. The first rays of Ra would fall upon it, and light the way for the Benubad, who flew over the waters of Noon.
Check out the room here, there's some riches. Loot.
Is this it? It is mostly filled with old scrolls. Not much gold.
Such treasure. Look at all this history. Kition and Heraclides will be in awe. I'll be famous. We'll be famous.
Glad I could help.
Once I've catalogued what we've discovered, I'll cart it back to the Library of Alexandria, so it can be studied and preserved for the ages. How to get all this back to Alexandria? So many lost wonders contained within. Once it is safely in the library, it will be protected from time and the elements.
Ah, you sweet, innocent summer child. Protected from the elements, huh? Like fire.
Position gerecht.
Which supposedly is what, destroyed the library of Alexandria. And pretty much all of the knowledge within. Hi, Precision Leo. Welcome in. How's it going? Right, and that finishes the secrets of the first pyramid. Which means now would be a good time to actually cover the pyramids here. And the ones in relation to the last Giza discovery tour in regards to the pyramids as well. However, I wanna check something real quick here. We actually have a lot of papyrus scrolls here. So good work on solving them. But I think I do that after I've done the discovery tours, so let's go over here. Leo, you quit smoking like 3 days ago and went for a run today. Needless to say, you're fucked. Oh no, Leo. Yeah, that's understandable. You know, the first couple of days would be definitely the hardest to get through. But I'm sure it only gets easier from here on out, you know. And I wish you all the best with the process of quitting. Props on you for, going the first step. Dada's going to take a nap on stream, we'll be lurking here. No worries whatsoever, definitely take some good rest. And I hope you enjoy the lurk. we have the Red Pyramid of Dahshur. We have one for Natron. One above the Ben Pyramid. And Sneferu's first pyramid. All of them pretty short here. So we're gonna go and start with the first pyramid here because it's directly connected to what we've just done as part of the questline. Learn about Sneferu's pyramid at Faiyum.
Welcome to Sneferu's first pyramid. With the long reign of Sneferu, the first king of the 4th dynasty, the most brilliant and creative period began for the construction of funerary monuments in Egypt. Funerary monument design moved from the step pyramid to the smooth-faced pyramid, testament to the evolution of the practices of construction. The first attempt at this design was the Pyramid of Faiyum. While Sneferu's monument started as a 7-stepped pyramid, it was later altered into an 8-stepped structure. The final phase of construction saw the steps filled out and an outer casing applied to achieve a smooth surface.
I think it's still so cool seeing that evolution, you know, from a step pyramid to like the smooth one, to achieve that level of like perfection, of symmetry. Also just imagining how it would have looked like at its prime, you know, like reflecting the sun and being like so bright in daytime. Unfortunately, a lot of the casing has been looted, you know, until today. So if you, for example, see the Pyramid of Giza nowadays, there's like nothing of that really left for the most part. But I think they did a great job in this game, kind of like seeing like to a degree some of looting and erosion, but also still some of what has been preserved to how it initially looked like.
The smooth dressing of the walls did not provide sufficient bonding, however, and the outer casing did not rest on sound foundations. As a result, the bases of the 4 outer buttress walls gave way, causing the walls to slide down and collapse. While the Faiyum pyramid was abandoned due to design flaws, it showcased other innovations that would impact all future pyramid designs.
Here we have an Egyptian breakfast service of Napoleon, also known as the breakfast service of the Emperor. Safe to say Napoleon was a bit obsessed with Egypt, which I can understand. It's kind of cool because in Assassin's Creed lore, of course, this is due to him seeking out pieces of Eden and him knowing that one of the apples that he was searching for has made its way to Egypt. And why? Because Arno sent the apple that was inside the Lantern of Saint Denis in the Dead King's DLC. None of it historical, but I think it's a cool like tie-in to explain in lore-wise why Napoleon was historically interested in the land of Egypt. One of the many reasons why I would be interested.
As well as the smooth sides, it was the first time a ceremonial pavement was built, leading from the valley to the temple of the pyramid. Another innovation was that of the funerary chamber, which was no longer at the bottom of a well, but rather above ground level. This change signaled the beginning of the 3-bedroom system.
And that is Sneferu's first pyramid. Let's go ahead and do the Ben Pyramid of Dahshur next.
Welcome to the Bent Pyramid of Dahshur. After the construction of the Meidum Pyramid failed, Sneferu transferred his residence and the official necropolis to Dahshur. There he began construction on his second attempt at a funerary monument. The resulting structure, known as the Bent Pyramid, is the only one of its shape in Egypt.
Shilla, whenever you play Origins, you tend to do Giza last because of the Sphinx and its secret. That is definitely fair. It is very much like a late game location inside the Sphinx. It's the only region or location that I like left out purposefully to revisit in the late game. But yeah, I don't blame you for like leaving Giza altogether until that point.
Though the pyramid also proved unstable and was abandoned, it marked a technical and architectural breakthrough. Heralding an important design transition, the Bent Pyramid displays a shift from the step pyramid to a functional smooth-sided pyramid.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's why it's like bent, because it didn't figure out yet how to do it exactly, you know, like perfectly aligned. It's really the perfect example of like the transitional process from step to smooth-faced pyramid.
The Bent Pyramid was unique in having two separate entrances, one on the northern face and another on the western face. The chamber of this pyramid was too small for a human burial. It was probably meant for the burial of a statue designated to house the Ka, the vital spirit of the deceased king.
That's a really cool way to explain what they did in the game, right? Because for one, you have the two entrances displayed, and you gotta use one to open up the another one, unless you can't like debate it like I did earlier. And there was also like no pharaoh inside, but there was a resting place for Wadjet, the heron, the first target that Bai killed. And Sophia, his mistress, prepared the burial site like fit for a pharaoh, basically. So choosing the Bent Pyramid is like fitting on many levels, because it's where Wadjet died and Bai killed him, but also there's no actual mummy buried there. But yeah, that's some proper pharaoh level stuff here, just building a pyramid to house the car, but not the body.
With the Bent Pyramid, architects successfully experimented with a completely new idea: to build the pyramid with a core of huge stones settled on a progressive horizontal design. This way, each construction phase could be completed in a single stage, allowing the architect complete control over every design element. Unfortunately, these precautions did not prevent sagging or cracks in the interior rooms of the pyramid. Sneferu abandoned the monument and began the construction of yet another pyramid.
Of course. It's like not good enough. Gotta build another one. Ah, Sneferu. I love these kind of like designs by Jean-Claude Gauvin. There's quite a few they used as a reference of the game and to kind of highlight the dimensions. He's also done really extensive like city plans of like Alexandria and Memphis as well, I believe. So that finishes the Bent Pyramid of Dahshur. Next we're gonna go for the Red Pyramid of Dahshur.
Welcome to the Red Pyramid of Dahshur. The Red Pyramid was built 2 kilometers to the north of the Bent Pyramid. It was so named due to the reddish limestone used in its construction. The Red Pyramid reached a height of 105 meters. While the ground level of the Red Pyramid is lower than that of the Bent Pyramid, its height is virtually the same. The task of making the pyramid a geometrical, true flat-face pyramid brought about yet another new design concept, the use of casing blocks.
Sneferu's like, finally I can build like a proper smooth face one. Now it's gonna be perfect, I swear.
The descending corridor of the pyramid, which opens to the north, arrives at ground level, where two almost identical spectacular chambers with high ceilings are aligned north to south and connected by a short horizontal passage. In the south wall of the second chamber, accessed by a staircase, another corridor leads to the final chamber, which is built within the masonry of the pyramid itself and aligned east to west.
Also, so sorry, Dr. Darling, I totally forgot about your Wikipedia link. We're gonna do it here after this discovery tour for you. If it's still there.
The annexes of the Red Pyramid consist of a small funerary temple located to the east. A causeway presumably ran due east from the temple, but it has yet to be excavated. The Red Pyramid was structurally sound, and once finished, marked a remarkable design milestone. Finally successful in his attempts to build himself a suitable funerary monument, Sneferu knew his future beyond death was assured.
As I like to say, all good things are free. But yeah, finally Sneferu built his dream pyramid. Fit for the gods in his afterlife. So I would like to read up on the Akhenaten Wikipedia article that you linked, Dr. Darling, but I think I would like to wait until I know for sure that you're there. So until I know that, I'm gonna go and check out the Natron Discovery Tour. Learn about the uses of Natron and how it was mined and farmed in ancient Egypt.
Welcome to Natron. Natron is a colorless salt that was used by ancient Egyptians for food preservation, cleansing products, and glass making. It was also used in the mummification process.
It's still used to this day. You can use it in baking to make like certain baked goods like a bit fluffier, maybe also maybe a bit crispier. For example, in like sweet, baked dishes. You can also use it dissolved in water and drink it if you have like stomach issues. You can use it to get like stains out of like clothes, for instance, or yeah. Definitely also used for cleaning. Definitely good to have on your hands.
During the ceremonial embalmment ritual, the priests packed the body in natron in order to remove all of the moisture. Once the body was thoroughly desiccated, they could begin the wrapping.
Yeah, we learned all about that in the mummification process, of course, in one of the earlier discovery tours.
Natron was mined in Wadi Natron. The main mining methods involved either cutting slices out of the lake bed when it was dry, or raking through mineral-saturated water to gather the mineral salts during the floods. Both techniques are still used today and inspired the team in their recreation of the mines located in the mountains northwest of Memphis.
Gorgeous concept art here, as usual by Martin Deschambault. Absolutely love his work on the AC series with his concept arts. He's one who's been with the series quite a long time. Could be wrong, but I think he already done some concept art for Brotherhood, maybe even AC2. But he's done it for a lot of the Moncho games. Alright, so that finishes the Sneferu's first pyramid, the Ben Pyramid of Dahshur, the Red Pyramid, and Natron. We still have the Origin of the Pyramid Discovery Tour, though. So this one I would like to also do now that we've done the Secrets of the First Pyramid questline. The Sphinx I still will leave for later once you actually finish the Sphinx mystery in the game. So quite late into the game. Learn about early funerary monuments of ancient Egypt and their evolution into the pyramidal structure we know so well today.
Welcome to The Origin of the Pyramid. The origin of the word pyramid is controversial. Most believe that it originates with the Greek word pyramis, which referred to a bread of conical shape. Life and death in ancient Egypt were modeled on the cycle of the sun. The perfect shape of the smooth-faced pyramid became associated with the metaphor of the pharaoh transformed into one of the sun's rays in death. Pyramids represented the Benben, the primordial mound of the Heliopolitan creation myth. These stories permeated every aspect of Egyptian life to a greater or lesser extent. During the pre-dynastic period, the development of funerary practices was different, depending on whether one was located in Lower Egypt or Upper Egypt. Well before the pyramid, there was the burial pits. It is on the site of Merimde Beni Salome in Lower Egypt that we find the oldest funerary site, dating back to 5000 BCE. Study of the tombs revealed that the bodies of the deceased were deposited in a shallow grave in a fetal position. Though a few objects were recovered from these graves, they offered no insight as to the social class of those interred within.
I'm really glad that I actually played a game set in the pre-dynastic period for Egypt. Because something I never really covered before, and I don't know, really gave me such great admiration for, you know, before pharaohs even were like a thing, you know, and all of the important buildings you usually associate with Egypt. It's like such a rich history that predates it, and so many discoveries that led to Egypt becoming so advanced in the dynasties. I'd really like to play more games of the developers behind pre-dynastic Egypt, because I have to say I really enjoyed it. It's also like a nice length. I know they've done quite a few games, like also on the Bronze Age and also on the time during the dynasties, or at least during the Old Kingdom, I think.
In Upper Egypt, pre-dynastic practices are easier to study, but reveal more complex funerary rites. They are divided into two cultural phases, Badarian and Nagada. The Badarian phase ranged from 4400 BCE to 3800 BCE. Small necropolises were discovered on the outskirts of villages, revealing the emergence of a funerary cult. The bodies of the deceased were lowered into an oval grave and covered with goat or gazelle skins. Items needed in everyday life were added alongside the body.
It's kind of funny because you have, of course, a male and female narrator in this Discovery tour. And you can clearly tell that they're Canadian whenever they say, like, oat or something. I'm not very good at, like, doing impressions of accents, but it's like a very distinctive way of pronouncing the O and U sounds. It's like immediately recognizable as Canadian, pretty much. But it makes sense because Montreal tends to hire lots of like local voice actor talents around the Montreal, Quebec area. But it's kind of funny because they're so good at like hiding that accent for most of the, you know, terms. They have a very neutral accent, like a professional one for narration, pretty much. But then with like some individual words, you can really tell. I do love that accent though.
During the three Nagada periods ranging from 4000 BCE to 3510 BCE, funerary practices evolved in complexity. The shape of tombs changed from oval to rectangular, mimicking the homes of the living. The size of the burials increased and funerary items became more stylized and numerous. Tombs gained complexity, with masonry, wooden veneers, or raw bricks added to strengthen the structures. In time, socially stratified necropolises emerged. For example, in Hyrcanopolis, the elite and commoners had separate necropolises. The term mastaba, meaning massive bench in dialectal Arabic, refers to a form of funerary architecture that was present in Egypt from the Archaic period to the Middle Kingdom. An evolution of the burial pit, mastabas were generally composed of two parts. A structure was built above the ground in the form of a massive rectangle with stepped walls, and a subterranean burial chamber was located underneath. Smaller mastabas often surrounded the much larger tomb of the king. These generally held the remains of the king's relatives and courtiers.
And it makes you wonder how long Jean-Claude Gauvin has actually done these sketches. Because one was from like 2016 and then one from like 1997. So he's done it for at least 20 years, if not even longer. Also like how they say that the mastaba has two parts. The mas and the taba.
The arrangement of the substructure of the mastaba evolved during the course of the Old Kingdom. From the 5th dynasty onwards, mastabas often featured multi-roomed substructures, with sometimes up to 30 rooms. Also, the quantity and quality of decorated surfaces increased noticeably, as well as the number of statues found within. The 6th dynasty would see art used to its utmost. The entire surface of a mastaba would be covered in scenes of daily life, illustrating the prosperity of those lucky enough to comfortably spend eternity near the pyramid of a pharaoh. The best example of this type of mastaba is the tomb of Mereruka in Saqqara.
And that finishes the origin of a pyramid. And yeah, that also means we are now fully caught up with the Discovery Tour set in the areas we have discovered so far. So next will be the evolution of pottery in ancient Egypt, but I will do that once we have advanced a bit further here into also the Faiyum. And yeah, Faiyum is gonna be pretty much Discovery Tour less. There's just one about domesticated animals, and then later in Crocodilopolis we have the beginnings of modern archaeology. So yeah, for now we are caught up here. Let's go back to the title screen. And this will be where I will go ahead and take a break. But yeah, we're not yet done for today. Once I come back, I still intend on doing the Discovery Tour at History Time about Akhenaten. And yeah, then we're gonna go back to Bike and do some Rebel related quests, I guess, according to a quest order that I follow. So yeah, I'll be back in just a bit. Alright, we are back with more of AC Origins with our 100% Nightmare difficulty run as part of our Historical Order playthrough. And yeah, we're still in the year 48 BC with AC Origins, and we're gonna dive into a bit of history of Akhenaten, because earlier Dr. Darling redeemed a history time about it. So I'm gonna read up a bit about it, and then we're gonna dive back into the game and make our way towards Faiyum. Thank you, Shilla. Welcome back as well to you. And Heva Aura, welcome in. Sup, nerds? Yeah, we've been doing some tombs today. We've finished Memphis and then checked out the tombs west of it. Checked out all of the tombs that the pharaoh Sneferu tried to build. Took him 3 tries before he actually was content with one of them. So, Akhenaten, also spelled Akhenaton or Echnaton, meaning effective for the Aten, was an ancient Egyptian pharaoh reigning from around 1353 to 1336 or 1351 to 1334. The 10th ruler of the 18th dynasty. Before the 5th year of his reign, he was known as Amenhotep IV, meaning Amun is satisfied. As a pharaoh, Akhenaten is noted for abandoning traditional ancient Egyptian religion of polytheism and introducing Atenism, or worship centered around the Aten. The views of Egyptologists differ as to whether the religious policy was absolutely monotheistic, or whether it was monolatristic, syncretistic, or henotheistic. This culture shift away from traditional religion was reversed after his death. Akhenaten's monuments were dismantled and hidden, his statues were destroyed, and his name excluded from the list of rulers compiled by later pharaohs. Traditional religious practices was gradually restored, notably under his close successor Tutankhamun, who changed his name from Tutankhaten early in his reign. When some dozen years later, rulers without clear rights of succession from the 18th dynasty founded a new dynasty, they discredited Akhenaten and his immediate successors, and referred to Akhenaten as the enemy and that criminal in archival records. It's actually quite interesting because it's something that pops up in the Curse of the Pharaohs DLC, because one of the areas you get to visit is Aten, the kind of like ideal of a city of Aten, which was like an ideal city planned around also the worship of the sun of the Aten. And in the AC lore, it's like symbolized by a round shape, which also stands for the Apple of Eden, because in that dynasty the pharaohs did hold that artifact and used it to effectively rule over the Egyptian population. And Akhenaten was the one to kind of like really, you know, let everyone worship the apple, I guess you could say, the Aten. But yeah, more about that in the Curse of the Pharaohs DLC. What a picky dude, I know, right? It's like there's so many gods and you just wanna have one. Sobek would be displeased. But yeah, let's go back into the game. Welcome back, Dr. Darling. Feed him to the crocodile. Absolutely. We're gonna feast well tonight. Alright, so we finish with a lot of the missions in this area here. But yeah, we still have the Rebel Alliance, and that is gonna be the next quest according to the quest order that I follow as well. I decided I won't be doing a Gift from the Gods quest because it's like a Final Fantasy crossover quest, and yeah, it's just very random, you know. The items you get from it is also like Final Fantasy inspired, so I won't be using them as well because it doesn't really fit into the game nor into the setting. So yeah, this one I'm gonna skip this time, I've decided. That is indeed the scepter, the ceremonial scepter. The scepter that is also on fire. I've only opened one rather hacker chest earlier and immediately turned out to be a legendary scepter. Safe to say I was quite pleased about it. No chocobo. No chocobo, I'm afraid.
Kill you for that. Out of my way! Go on, take out that trash. You should have killed me. Now you die. Release me! I'll wipe my blade with their blood! Slaughter every last one of these dogs! You're Bayakasiwa, aren't you? I've heard stories of the Medjay who crossed the desert. I am Theodorus, one of many who rebel against the Phylakitai.
Is that what landed you in this cage?
Yes, a failed attack. I am hunting Daratos, a ruthless general of Ptolemy, with a hatred for Egyptians. A killer of mothers, and fathers, and children. I won't rest until his body is food for the worms. Would you lend your sword?
Gladly. Your plight is true.
Good joy. We will regroup with my men in Bacchius. Come along.
How does a Greek find himself fighting an Egyptian cause?
My father was Egyptian. My mother, Greek. Long ago, a day came when I discharged every ounce of Greek blood from my body, and pledged to rid Egypt of men like Daratos. And we nearly did. We found his camp, but they had greater numbers. We were forced to disband. I was captured by a scouting convoy, and beaten into giving up our retreat point.
But you instead led them into a trap. Clever.
I knew my brothers would rescue me, but I did not know the Medjay from Siwa would be among them too. You are rather celebrated amongst my group. We spent years tracking Rujik, only to learn you made waste of him single-handedly. You would not call us your ally, but our goals seem to be aligned from time to time, don't they?
You are not incorrect.
You'll be stoked too. You're out sick today, so you're deciding what to do with yourself. Maybe more God of War, maybe Origins, maybe sleeping. That's definitely fair. It's good to kind of like, you know, just do whatever feels good in that kind of like situation. Definitely hope that you feel better soon, though. And whatever you decide to do kind of like helps. indeed, that is Foxidas's voice actor.
We will take shelter here.
Quite like him.
And wait for the right moment to strike. I will get briefed. Stay with me. No. We will take shelter here and wait for the right moment to strike. I will get briefed.
Dogs! They've sent out scouting groups.
Daratos is gone. Neck! He continues to elude me.
What should we do?
Let's be smart. We have an opportunity to claim 2 victories with 1 swift strike. We need to wait for Daratos to return to camp. I've learned his personal scribe has stayed behind in Karanis. We'll be targeted if we so much as take a piece nearby. You are unknown to them. Bring the scribe to us. He'll tell us what we need to know.
How do I find him?
At night, he rests within the courtyard. During the day, you can find him working around the temple, or at the terrace overlooking the lake. He dresses elegantly, and due to our failed attack, now has guards in tow. He'll be hard to miss.
Music always gives me chills, because it's just one I kind of like associate very highly with Shatya. It's the music that kind of like plays when Bayek finds her.
Daratos has left the camp. He's gone.
But yeah, we also just arrived in the land of the Faiyum, so...
Bring the scribe here. We will take care of the rest.
It is the location where we meet Shatya. Indeed, Chiller. Which is one of those losses that weighs really heavily on Bayek's heart as well, but also as a player. Bayek, you see one smash, it's very effective. I have to say, I've been really getting in the mood for Pokemon again. I mean, I'm still kind of like playing Pokemon Go quite a bit, but like a proper playthrough of like the next gen game. There we go. I thought we wouldn't hear any high precision Garrett today. No. Why didn't you jump to the beam bike?
High precision Garrett.
Must you follow me around everywhere?
Strict orders from the General. We are not to leave your side.
He's overreacting.
Cesare?
I am safe here.
The Ratos won't take any chances. The rebels could strike again. We are all on high alert.
Barnabas? He's on high alert.
Tell them to pile the grain. Those priests are wrecking everything.
I don't blame you, Aura. It's definitely something they've definitely used a lot between Origins and Odyssey. The death of a child. Isn't quite as present in like other AC games. Remember being like, why does Ubisoft hate children? Yeah.
Yes. There.
I mean, for Origins, I think it was because usually, you know, what triggers these assassins to go on their paths of revenge or whatever, or like carrying out assassinations, is usually associated to the death of like a close one. And I think with the early AC games, I guess in a way, it kind of like matured similar to the fan base that kind of like, you know, were with the series for a long time. So Bayek is also like more of a mature character than previous protagonists have been, at least starting out into the game. Usually you would have like, you know, these like early 20s kind of like dudes. And dudettes. Or even younger starts, and Bayek already starts as like a father and, you know, being quite experienced. And similar with Cassandra and Alexis, I guess we also have like a relationship to a close one. It's more like in a I'm responsible for this person kind of like relationship. So I think that's why they maybe used the whole like child death a bit more. But in a similar vein, the, you know, parent death trope, of course, is like quite popular as well in the series. And I mean, still is. With Basim as well, even though it's not like quite as essential to his character arc maybe. But also with Eivor. What about Petruccio in AC2? You hope the little boy wouldn't be executed. That's a good point, Shilla. That death really devastated me, you know. Like, I remember first watching that scene, and I mean, I was devastated by the whole scene in general, but, you know, seeing, like, the look on Petruccio's face when, you know, the Templars saying, the collaborators, you know, as if Petruccio could have known of any of this. To be fair, you know, at least, Ezio's father and brother, like Federico, you know, were of course part of a brotherhood. So from a Templar's perspective that they had to die, you know, would be understandable. But trying to kill the entire bloodline, you know, including the little kid. I can definitely understand, you know, Ezio's rage after, you know, witnessing that. Just like the absolute injustice. Also, hey there, Grace, welcome in. Ahoy. How's it going? Was gibt's heute? Or you understand why they use the trope, but it was just a brutal back. It definitely was, yeah. And with Phoebe, it's also like one of those deaths, you know, where you really think it could have been so easily avoided if it wasn't for Aspasia. I mean, what was Aspasia thinking, sending like Phoebe, you know, in the middle of a plague of Athens to just carry out like important contracts that leads her into dangerous situations. That made me hate Aspasia so much, like learning about how much influence she had on that whole aspect. And made me even angrier when we had the choice to be like friendly towards Aspasia and even romance her, you know? Like so many deaths she's responsible for, but she kind of like contributed towards. Yeah, I mean, in the end it was Order guards that killed Phoebe, right? But then of course Aspasia is kind of like working actively against the Cult of Cosmos, or not entirely in the interest of it. But yeah, it's of course never fully confirmed how much she might have wanted Phoebe actually dying, but she surely didn't really care about her being safe either, you know? Otherwise, she wouldn't have sent out Phoebe the way she did. Yeah, the flirting line was like one of the worst choices ever.
I should not be seen in this area. Won't be long before he comes to.
There he is.
Back to Theodorus.
Daratos. He's the guy responsible for the death of the rebel leader. Rebel leader's father. Gonna check out this scene here later.
Keep back! This doesn't concern any of you. Carry on with whatever it is you do.
Another murder. Amen.
So apparently romances make a comeback in AC Shadows, right? And according to the developers, they're even deeper now. I don't know about you, but I don't really play Assassin's Creed for like romance options or like dating simulator. Choice and romances shouldn't be a thing in Assassin's Creed. Yeah, I'd rather not have it as well in the series. Like, yeah, I can kind of explain choices with the whole, like, we don't have a full DNA, so the animus has to, like, make interpretations of what really happened, but I really prefer the whole, like, okay, this is how it happened, and there's, of course, some level of, like, filter for the animus, you know? But shouldn't really, I think, affect, like, actual outcomes of, like, people dying or living. And the whole romance thing as well is it kind of should be also locked into place, right? Because if, like, children arise out of, like, a romantic relationship or something, that's something having a fundamental importance for the lore, given how important ancestry is. Grace, es könnte schlimmer sein, Job drama, but hopefully it will be resolved today. I saw a bit of what you wrote, I think, in Jay's chat about the whole, like, you know, living situation and stuff. I really hope that, you know, gets itself sorted soon for you. That you can, you know, look for something for yourself. But yeah, really glad to hear that you have, you know, some folks looking out for you. And I hope that job drama also resolves soon as well. Does make sense with the concept of the animus. Yeah, at least the way it was like explained in the early games, you know, the way it functions. There's a pretty interesting dialogue actually in AC1 between Desmond and Warren Vidic about how accurate the Animus is, and that there's very little room for interpretation. It's been frustrating, but it happens. Nobody's fault. Interview Friday went really well, so hopefully get a yes from them today or tomorrow. I hope so, Grace. Best of luck with that. That's good to hear. It's always good when, you know, the initial talk is already leaving you with a good feeling. So hopefully get the good news soon. Time for one of the most gruesome death scenes.
That is him. Well done. We will find out what he knows. In the meantime, we must prepare our attack. Some of our brothers are stationed just west of Soknopayu. Meet with them and wait for my arrival. We will put an end to that Nekatiadet.
Ah, never mind. It's the one after this, isn't it?
Who knows his way around Karanis? Deratos, where is he? That name means nothing to me. Don't think us fools. Please, stop. Then talk. We'll break your fingers. No. Then your wrists. No, don't. Where is Deratos?
Kind of thought he was Deratos, but no, it's the one in the next quest. Still gotta find him. I think it was actually good to showcase how brutal the rebels could also be, you know, and even like hurting people who might not deserve it, you know, like the scribe just because he knows something.
I can't.
But also make this distinction between Bayek's cause and rebel cause, you know, might align on some level. But as Bayek mentions multiple times throughout the game, you know, he's like not fully on board with the cause, 100%, and their ways of dealing with things. Bayek, for instance, wouldn't torture people to get information.
I can't.
Your work here is done. We will get the information we need.
Alright, so that is Rebel Alliance done. We're gonna follow up on that later. And now we're gonna do Murder in the Temple in Karanis. Where she literally said, I'm a yes on paper. She just needs to see a video of his goats, which he sent her Friday. Just waiting for her to review and then get back to your company with her thoughts. That sounds good. Makes sense, I guess. I kind of see a sample of, you know, how it might be like in action. The fact that he'll be near an airport that has direct flights to Berlin isn't a negative. Definitely wouldn't be.
It is this cursed temple.
It's like the fast lane to the doner kebabs.
Move back! Back!
It's not a direct flight to Berlin, it's a direct flight to doner kebab. In Mate. Something I will in fact eat at some point this week.
Keep back! This doesn't concern any of you. Carry on with whatever it is you do.
Another murder. Amun. How horrible. It's the...
Are you the Philakitai?
Yes. Try not to trample the scene. My job is hard enough as it is.
My apologies. As a protector, I am attracted to such scenes.
A fellow protector? Ah, yes, I see your badge. You are a Magi. From the old kingdom? Wow. Forgive me, this gruesome business has us all on edge. Huh? This is the latest in a series of chilling ritual murders by Wadjet cultists. To be honest, I'm a little out of my depth.
I may be of some use to you. I am not unfamiliar with murder scenes.
Perhaps you could help investigate. The cultists usually leave a message. I haven't figured it out yet. We could check the temple.
You said there have been other murders.
The cultists are murdering temple acolytes, public figures in Karanis. No one knows why. Anyone could be their next target. The Greeks are terrified. They're saying locals are involved and are calling for blood.
Exactly, we just renamed the airport Berlin Döner International. I like it. I would definitely be recognizable. And also would give a more positive connotation to the airport. It's kind of like a bit problematic pass in the building process. Because the airport didn't have initially the best reputation because it took ages to build it. There were like tons of complications along the way. It just dragged the whole process further and further. So it became a bit of a meme in like German like construction sites. Ancient protector from the old kingdom. One of the last Magi. I do love the Magi badge quite a bit, I have to say. And I wish it was more included on other outfits as well. People who know exactly why what they're in for when we get to Berlin. Exactly.
The timing is inconvenient. Years of work building over the poorly constructed Egyptian temple. Endless delays and problems. Now this. There is a lot of pressure to solve this. But please, take your time. Enjoy the temple.
You can already tell that he's like quite biased against Egyptian culture and people probably, you know. The way he kind of talks about the Egyptian palace they built their Greek palace over. But that's the interesting storyline in the Faiyum. It's very much, you know, like Greek against Egyptian in the population, but also in how the Greeks took over the region that was initially very much, you know, Egyptian. Literally building over palaces, which just angers the local population. Which leads to like people doing unjust things on either side of a conflict. The whole of Germany is a meme at this point. You're not wrong there. We definitely are. Oh, I feel like that's more and more true for many countries at this point.
This is a lot of blood. Someone was bound and tortured here, in front of the statue. By the signs, they were cut up badly, then dragged outside.
It must have been the poor acolyte. There was no one else here. Why did they do this?
A Greek god where an Egyptian god once stood. This would make some in Egypt very angry. Someone has smeared the god with green paint. The head has also been covered. Wait, something else is up there. Serapis' face is hidden and defaced with more green paint. The green mask of Wadjet has been placed here. Wadjet is goddess protector of Upper and Lower Egypt. Someone is making a clear statement. But how did they get up here carrying all of this?
They couldn't make a clearer statement than this.
Amun. This is written in blood. It is still wet.
But that's the issue, right? Because now some Egyptians have done this because they're angered about what the Greeks have done. So they, you know, end up doing unjust things to people who might not even be responsible, which just gives the Greeks justification to go harder against Egyptian rebels. Raised from a new airport, it's cheaper to fly to Berlin during Christmas than it is to fly back to where your family in your own country lives? That's so sad. Jesus. That is actually crazy. But it's so expensive, like, for a domestic flight. Vicious cycle. Yeah, it is. And it has to be stopped eventually.
That wind. Sandstorm coming.
Can I go back into this? Okay, thank you. I missed something. Today our temple is avenged against your filthy Greek god. Your high priest blood will pay the debt to Wadjet, for Egypt, for the goddess.
The murderers are going to kill the high priest next. We have to find him. The Phylakitai should know where he is. Phylakitai, I found the cultist message. They're going to kill your high priest next.
The high priest? By Serapis, no. Garani's spirit will die if he does.
We need to find him. Where is he? Think, Phylakitai!
His villa is nearby. I know of a spot overlooking it from a safe distance. This way. We can see the whole area from the temple wall.
Your temple is the reason for this trouble. It is a bitterness for the locals.
That's absurd. It has increased industry and trade. Everyone has benefited.
Your dead acolyte and high priest may not agree.
Gods, the trouble I'll get if the high priest lies dead. We must hurry.
Everybody benefits. The initial inspiration from Marcos in Odyssey. Ah, that makes sense, Grace. Yeah. It's like a very small airport. Not like a direct line.
That's the high priest. Those men have him surrounded. You must help him.
Quickly, get the men in.
There you are.
They were going to sacrifice me.
You are safe now. It is fortunate you are not at the temple. You would already be dead.
Serapis, they would have butchered me. These Egyptians are prayerless demons and not men.
It was an Egyptian who saved you, priest. Remember that when you pray and give thanks. We Magi protect all, regardless of their class.
Word.
I came as soon as the fighting began. I see I am too late. Thank you for your help, Magi. It certainly made my work here easier.
You have interesting timing. What do you know of these bandits?
Egyptians unhappy with the Greeks here. Who knows what holes they crawl from. Seeing a Greek god in place of their own incensed them, no doubt.
Understandably. You have not seen the last of such trouble, I think. The Ptolemies tend to divide us at times.
Sadly, I agree. Greece has brought Egypt much wealth, yet some resist all progress.
This depends on your idea of progress. Progress for Egypt or for Greece. Farewell, Phylakitai. Next time you protect, remember my code.
And that finishes Murder in the Temple. We found one flight that's actually cheaper than flying to Germany. Amazing. Just one. But it's still crazy to think that it's kind of like about the same kind of money. To fly like over the pond instead of flying in your own country.
Hello, hello.
Hey there, Visceral. Welcome in. wrong with flying to Germany? Nothing really. It's more like Grace was like comparing flights inside the States to flights directly to Germany, which turned out to be pretty much the same price. Let's get the viewpoint here. Also check out the Weaver for any potential outfits.
My husband died. What will I do now?
Hello. Is the Faiyum Egypt?
Yeah, no.
I can't tell anymore.
We are being forced from our land and our homes.
Faiyum is so empty now.
All our farmers are dying. What will we eat?
How much is it? Not too sure actually. Grace hasn't written any kind of concrete prices. There you go. So you can either cross your own country for $700 or you can stop in Iceland and then spend Christmas in Germany for $750. Such a hard choice. Whatever will I do? Buy extra luggage for Martin Döner. Oh yeah. But yeah, that's definitely an easy choice. And the thing is also, I reckon some of the prices might even be less expensive in Germany. For example, for food. I think it's still less expensive in the States. Okay, so with Murder the Temple finished, the next quest will be feeding Faiyum.
I must speak with you. I saw you with the Phylakitai of Karanis. Are you a protector?
I am. Is there something wrong?
Please, we need your help. Yesterday, my husband witnessed something frightening. Soldiers dragged a poor man beneath the temple. Then he heard screams. We're already hungry because there's no grain. Now I'm terrified the soldiers will take my husband. We don't know who we can trust. Not even the Phylakitai.
Let me talk to your husband. Where can I find him?
He's a stone mason working near the temple. Please be careful. The soldiers mustn't see you talk to him.
Grace, depends on what you're getting and where in the US. Where you're moving, prices are going to be higher. Your rent alone will be around $1,000 more per month. Jesus. Yeah, that is quite the increase indeed. That is true, yeah. I meant more like in terms of like for Christmas days. But yeah, when it comes to like general living costs, you know, like the United States is gonna be probably, I mean, yeah, it definitely depends on the region. For example, if you wanna like be in New York, then good luck with that. Not sure how many people can really afford living there anymore.
Stonemason, your wife has been to see me.
Shh! How did you get up here? By a moon, that woman interferes. I told her. What can we do? Just act normal. Yeah, that's it. Stay normal.
Calm yourself. She said you saw soldiers take someone below the temple.
Yes. No! Yes. Okay, it's true. It wasn't the first time. But yesterday was different. There were screams that would wake the gods themselves! So many screams! Now please, just leave me alone before someone sees you. Just act normal.
Ah yeah, very normal. I won't even notice you.
What? Here again? No, please go! Someone will see you!
Some people just should not listen. This looks like the place the stonemason told me about.
Face the boatman this day. Hey! Die! Die!
Moon, what has been done here?
I can't investigate with any of this. Huh? Can't loot this either. What the fuck? I can't do these like code prompts for some reason. It's like straight up bugged. The heck? Can't interact with this either. Some of the off-season flights to Berlin were only $500. It also entertains you that the airport code for Berlin is BER, which you will absolutely be calling Beer Airport from now on. And on a fun note, still works in English with Beer Airport. That is true. But yeah, that's definitely a good way to call it from now on. The Beer Airport. Because I'm pretty sure I have to reload and see if it maybe does anything.
Some people just should not listen. This looks like the place the stonemason told me about. My moon, what has been done here?
Okay, now it works. Message from a butcher. Your payment is in the usual place beneath bathing Sobek. It can be no disappointing the crocodile. Take the farmer's arm, tell him next time someone refuses it, it will be their head.
Someone called the butcher is strong-arming farmers. I need to find him. I should follow this trail of loot. A bathing Sobek. Bathing must be in water. A Sobek in water.
Wo gehst du hin? Bierflughafen? Warte, was? I fully accept role of weird American when in Germany. I mean, everyone is gonna be totally fine with you going to a beer airport in Germany, I think. Nothing out of ordinary. Oi. Wasn't nice. Well, yeah, I can upgrade my hidden blade further. Excellent. Which is now also epic. Let's also go ahead and change our outfit because I haven't done it for most of the stream yet. Let's go for the Persian leader for a little bit. And we could also get a new ability. I'm actually gonna get the Elite Ranger now. Aim with your bow while in the air will trigger slow motion. It's a bit of a fancy ability, but at the same time it does have really good uses. Because slow motion always gives you, of course, quite the edge. Let's also get the arrow retriever to get arrows back that are stuck in our shield.
Greeks are working us to death, tearing down our own temples. This is what
For Americans, any German airport is beer airport, so you feel like it will be perfectly understood. Exactly. The first thing you do is like go to a local bar in the airport and just grab a beer.
Shield me, brothers! I must not fail!
Come on now. Stop throwing your freaking spears.
On top of Egypt!
Seems there's quite a few convoys here. We ran out of chocolates, so you need to make a return trip anyway. Exactly. Gotta grab all the chocolate you haven't tasted yet.
The butcher's loot could be nearby.
There's still more to taste test. You can get beers in bars here. It's far more interesting to go to the local McDonald's and get a beer with your Big Mac. Now that's a combo I haven't tried yet.
Those are guards. This must be the place. The bathing Sobek should be close. This area is off limits.
He was asking for it. Can't have these sand-rat Egyptians getting praise. Now hurry. The shipment goes to Dromos Holy Corridors tomorrow.
I've never taken a man's arm before. Did you see how clean the cut was? Right through the bone. That's talent.
God, did he scream? Not one farmer will have the guts to resist now.
If they knew the butcher, they wouldn't even consider it. He was lucky it wasn't his head. Few cross the butcher and live.
We shouldn't even be talking of it. If word got back to him, we'd get in trouble.
Statue in the lake. That must be the building Sobek from the butcher's letter.
I like how dude was about to see me while I was underwater.
There is an engraving on the chest depicting Soknobayu. That is a village west of here. The coins are in bags normally used to store grain. Did this come from a storehouse?
The underwater assassination. That's the true crocodile style of killing. Hey there, Cheesy, welcome in. How's it going? Hey, Assassin's Creed, can you take me higher? Oh wait, wrong Creed. Not quite for one. How's it going? Thank you for joining. Can you die? Thank you. Grace, it's also a combo you haven't tried. You don't believe the McDonald's you went to in Hannover Hauptbahnhof had beer. But you weren't exactly looking closely. You were only there for the McRib because you don't have it as a standard menu item. And you also generally don't eat at McDonald's because they donate money to horrible politicians. That's fair. Yeah, that's true. The McRib is definitely much more of a seasonal item over there, isn't it? Over here it's very much a staple in like proper McDonald's restaurants. Not sure if you would find it at like a smaller like Hauptbahnhof store. But you can definitely get it. It's usually the burger that my father would order every time he was
I am
at McDonald's.
In the Faiyum. I will root out the agents of the crocodile.
I've only tasted it once and it wasn't for me, but that was like when I was a kid pretty much. I do like the cheeseburgers from McDonald's though. Cheesy things are good. Got a week off, did some walking today. Very nice. That's awesome. I hope you enjoy your week off. Hope you also enjoyed the walk.
Numes
That's one seasonal. They only bring it back every 2 to 3 years. 4 cents of rarity means they make money. Hand over fist every time we bring it back. Fair enough. It's like such a desired kind of like menu item as well. For its duration at least.
Greek settlement is more secure than ever. Security for
Cheesy whenever someone plays AC on Twitch, it gives you the motivation to play Odyssey. That's understandable. I definitely get the feeling as well when I like watch Rod play AC for instance or something. Or like someone also play AC for the first time. Definitely makes you feel like, okay, yeah, I could definitely go for another round of AC as well.
That is a lot of guards for a simple storehouse. This must be the place. I have to get past them if I want access.
You can't outrun me. Aha! There!
Butcher will be nearby. What are these goons hiding?
Let's activate the hood for this part of the mission here.
I hear they took his arm at the butcher's order. I guess we are common thugs now, not soldiers. Shh! Keep your voice down.
Cheers at it again.
This is not what I joined the army for. It is what puts grain on your table. You are here now. When the butcher says jump, we jump. That is how it is. Shut up before someone hears us.
It's Cesare and Bartolomeo. It's so funny how you can like run in a corner and lose him again to assassinate them.
More grain. The poor are starving while the rich fill their storehouses. This has to stop. I should keep looking around.
Grace, it's one of the few things you really enjoy from McDonald's, also probably because of the rarity. Every time you order it, you're like, why do I think this is good? Yeah, maybe it's kind of like the feeling of like the fear of missing out or something. You know, it's like, I just gotta have it now. Don't wanna wait another 3 years to be able to taste this. But I mean, I'm sure there's like something about it that's also, you know, probably tastes really nice. Oh yeah, McDonald's nuggets are really good actually over here as well. When you get them fresh. And I love the barbecue sauce. Like chicken nuggets with barbecue sauce is fire.
Ledger entries showing payments for grain. Huh. The butcher is not paying the farmers even enough to live. I need to find information on where he is.
Store the grain as usual. Shipment is going out next week, so make certain everything is ready. Bring the final tally to my upstairs office at the villa, or I am stuck fixing your mistakes. Any more errors and it's your head.
Ah, this is it. The butcher is in the villa nearby. It is time this butcher and I had a talk. A palatial villa, built on the backs of Faiyum's farmers, no doubt.
got a better predator bow here. And we also have a better hunter bow as well. I'm gonna reveal my face here because I'm kinda confronting the butcher.
Ah, here's the Vlaka who's been messing with my business. We were just discussing you.
You've been stealing grain from Faiyum, starving people for profit.
You're not from Faiyum, are you? Your speech reeks of the countryside.
That grain belongs on Egyptian tables.
You naive backwater Malakia. I take orders from above. If not me, someone else will do this. This is business. People pay what they owe, or I take it. It's not personal. I give you a choice now. Leave me alone and live, or die here.
Others thought the way that you do. Then they murdered my son. Everything is personal. You filthy Nekatiadet! It ends here.
God, take care of this.
Got him.
May the Hidden One greet you. The Lord of the Duat awaits.
Knock, knock.
Hey Varot, welcome in. Welcome in, Cindy. How's it going? Braised barbecue sauce on the McRib is undeniably delicious. It's a slightly different sauce that you get in the packets for nuggets. Ah, I didn't actually realize it was like a different one. That makes sense, I guess, if it's like a primary flavor on like an entire burger. Maybe I have to give the McRib another try in the future. Who should I bring back fry sauce for? You miss it and you're too lazy to replicate it at home. Fair. Another thing that you can find in German McDonald's that I don't think is available in America anymore is the fried apple, how they're called, like fried apple pies pretty much. That's super delicious. I love ordering them, even though I don't get them super often. Does calling him a Malakia count as a Malaka? Technically it would, if I would track the Malaka counter. But in this game I don't, because it's very rare to find. But yeah, it is based on the same word for sure. Meant to represent the same thing pretty much. Brought Secrets of the Tombs. Tell me more. Absolutely. Yeah, we discovered quite a few tombs today. We finished with Memphis. And yeah, killed the lizard there. Then we moved to the west here and checked out the different tombs here of Sneferu and also in the Ben Pyramid. And there's of course the whole quest line in regards to Rujek, the first target that Bai killed in the beginning of the game when he says, sleep, I never sleep. So we've done all of the quests in relation to that. And yeah, we also covered the discovery tours. The last one in this area in connection to those pyramids. It's kind of funny actually because the pharaoh Sneferu built 3 different pyramids. And 2 of them he kind of like abandoned at some point because they weren't perfect enough until he built the perfect smooth-faced kind of like pyramid over here. The red pyramid of Dahshur. But yeah, it took him 3 tries to get it right. I've also decided not to do the Gift from the Gods quest because it's just a Final Fantasy overlay quest and the gear is also like Final Fantasy inspired, so don't really intend on using it too much for like this historical focus run. But yeah, that's gonna be one of the only quests I will be skipping. And yeah, we now arrived in Faiyum and taking care of a couple side quests up here in the north. How did the rest of Unity go today with the French language? And yeah, doing quite well, thank you for asking. Shall have a good old Apfeltasche? Exactly. Delicious. Grace, you have apple pies, but it might be a different kind of apple pie. Yeah, so from what I've read, they initially also had the same kind of like fried apple pies in the States. But then they kind of like removed it and substituted it with like regular apple pies, I guess. I think the logic behind it was apparently the like fried apple pie was seeming too unhealthy. So for the image, they kind of like got rid of the item or something. Which is funny because over here we still have it. And no one is really concerned about it being like super unhealthy because it's fried or something. But it's like encased by like a fried dough, essentially. Right, you don't blame me, plus it's not like it has any real historical elements anyway. Exactly. I mean, it's a fun quest to do, but yeah, in this playthrough, I won't. But yeah, definitely making good progress. It really helps, you know, focusing on the side quest primarily and then kind of like doing the leftovers of the side activities, because with the side quests you usually tend to cover most of the locations. I'm gonna backtrack eventually for like some single, you know, quest marks, but not overly much. Okay, so I will be doing one more quest today, and that is the Curse of a Wadjet quest over here. But first, let's get the viewpoint.
This is the key.
You think you know what you mean, you miss those? Yeah, I think they've been taken off the menu quite a while ago. But yeah, if you're visiting in Germany, you can definitely get them again. They're usually available in like any store, really. But great to hear, it went really well. You finished the stream by doing sequence 7 and 8. Tomorrow you will do more side content, and then sequence 9 and 10. Depending on how things go, you might be finishing the main game content on Wednesday and do Dead Kings. Or finish the main game on Wednesday, then do Dead Kings on the Thursday. We'll have to wait and see. That's fair. It's not always like very easy to calculate how much time something might take. Especially also, you know, whatever happens on stream. How many Arnie impressions might be redeemed. But that sounds like you made good progress so far. Especially with the amount of side content you're including. And with the amount of like dialogue you're trying to cover. Would be cool to see the Dead Kings DLC with French language, because I'm not sure I've ever seen it before. I wonder how Leon might sound like. Yes, your McDonald's visits are limited to international visits and the occasional meal, because you have a couple of friends who can't have gluten. And there are several things on the McDonald's menu they can eat without issues. I see. Yeah, that's definitely fair.
Trade activity has
Definitely understandable.
creating substantial economic growth for Greek business
Everyone!
throughout the Faiyum.
I didn't know that had so many like glutinous products.
Curse of Wadjet! Snakes! Near the villa at night!
What curse? What are you talking about?
Greeks and Egyptians have lost harmony with each other. The gods are displeased because of it. I'm Nanefer, and I don't know if I'm Greek or Egyptian. I'm an orphan.
Lost harmony? What do you mean?
The Egyptian goddess Wadjet is sending snakes into Greek quarters at night. Only Greeks have been killed. We are out of balance. See for yourself. Just north of the villa.
Okay. I will look into this curse. That was harder than it should have been.
But so true, once you're done with Unity, you'll be replacing it with your Tomb Raider Marathon. Looking forward to hearing French with DSC as well. It's been cool to hear it in the side content. I can imagine, like doing it to that in-depth level and getting to hear many more lines you didn't get to hear before.
Neck. What was that?
He's Egyptian.
Came from just north of here. Must have something to do with this curse. What happened here? I should ask around. Neb, did you see what happened?
It was the curse of Wadjet. A fool and his friends feasted at the Dromos. I told him, this is a sacred place. We cannot eat here. What did he expect would happen?
And you believe in this curse?
You Egyptians have your gods. We Greeks have ours. All I know is, I don't want to anger any of them.
Another foreigner cursed by Wadjet. That is 3 this week. Those useless Greeks had it coming, if you ask me. But what do I know? I am just the lowly Egyptian caretaker who cleans up after the naked Yadit.
Hey, be careful what you say. People have died. I need to look around.
What you need to look at is the color of your skin, son.
Harmony is what we need, not more senseless judgment.
Look, some of us have built a shrine in a cave under what is left of the Great Temple. Why don't you come and honor Wadjet with us? Egyptians have to stick together.
Maybe I will, after I look around. Ah, I can smell the burnt flesh. These jars are the same as the ones I saw in the Greek area. They are breeding the snakes here. Gods, I hate snakes.
I truly hate snakes. I mean, look at this. I like how these guys are just coming to check this out. Like, what happened here?
Need to soak this up. Looking for
Completely oblivious to bike.
tortured later.
We'll be ready at
Amazing. Space gluten is an issue with anything made with wheat and a few other things, but wheat is the worst offender. So any breads, pasta, cereals, some old products. That's true, yeah. Interesting that McDonald's actually has so many products that don't have it. Wouldn't have expected that, to be honest. With like lots of the bread they have and stuff.
To the serpent goddess Wadjet.
But what you know, you're the storyteller, remember? On some days you're the guy yelling out near the Hippodrome in Alexandria as well. That is true. One of the best storytellers in the game. We had some really good voice actors today as part of the side quest. Also had Cesare's and Bartolomeo's voice actor appear a couple times as like guards and stuff. It's always funny to hear them as like random side characters, because I've done it so much across the series. Even in like AC3 and stuff. I've been like voicing side characters during the Boston Massacre. Just like random ones. The caretaker's letter. Our plan is bearing fruit. Some of the Greeks are already talking about leaving the Faiyum. More will follow if we continue in our efforts. I will keep playing my role as a caretaker, you keep handling the snakes and choosing the targets. Make sure only Greeks die, there must be no Egyptian casualties. As for that stuttering Ionian dog, grab him quietly and take him to the Panuki. I will deal with him personally. Remember, there's no justice except what we make for ourselves. Do our Wadjet.
By the sound of it, we'll not have to find the caretaker after all. He has already found me.
Bro, that's awesome. It's great to hear familiar voices in AC games. Absolutely. Reminded me quite a bit of Barnabas at times, the way he voiced that soldier. Kind of like a similar intonation. But yeah, they're definitely legends. Grace, you can just order the burger with no bun and the fries are safe as long as you are not highly allergic. And can tolerate a little cross contact because the nuggets have wheat flour in their breading. And they're both cooked in the same fryers. I gotcha, yeah. But that's cool that you can like customize it that way, you know? So you can still like enjoy some of it at least.
Caretaker, the snakes were yours.
You serve Greeks? Come on then, you worthless Ionian snake!
Sure you'll not finish like I fight for Egypt. You fight for no one. And I fight for everyone.
This is what Ptolemy has done to Egypt. A land out of balance, full of hatred and strife. At least I can rescue the hostage. He's being held by the caretaker's men at Panuki. The caretaker is using the goddess to kill Greeks. Why such hatred? I would be sad. It is just as Sneferu warned through his stutter. Egypt has lost harmony. That young woman is standing right on the edge of the cliff. I should check on her.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but the bride has to wait a second here. Actually until the next stream, because I'm only doing this mission anymore today. Grace, you learned a lot about gluten from your friends, who are oddly both named Michelle. So the lesson here is, if you have a daughter, don't name her Michelle. Or she will have some degree of gluten intolerance. I think that's a logic at play there. Good to know, though. Just avoid the name Michelle. Easy.
I must be careful now. Ah, the smell of rotting flesh.
What is going to happen to that stupid, stuttering Greek inside?
He's going to be sacrificed to Wadjet when the caretaker gets here.
Blood sacrifice? The priest stopped that years ago.
Our ancestors followed the true path before it was corrupted by false teaching. That's why Wadjet abandoned us to the bastard Greeks.
Well, at least he won't escape. We beat him so badly.
Hey!
Bastard! Got you! Die, maggot!
Yes, let it all burn. Oh shit. I'm on fucking fire! It's everywhere. Oh dear.
Can you stand?
Thank Serapis you're here. I don't think so. They beat me.
Be still. I will carry you out.
Whereas exactly if everyone would just follow these routes, we lose the name Michelle from the word, but we also have gluten intolerance issues. Small price to pay. Exactly. Maybe all the Michelle should just rename themselves and be magically healed by their gluten intolerance. But why is he yelling? It just some very hot and dangerous fire after all. Nothing more really. Just some Malacca fire.
Can you walk?
They beat me. They beat me because they thought I'm Greek.
Wait, what happened to your stutter?
I was scared when I first met you. It makes me stutter.
By the gods, is nothing true. Well, you are alive, Nanifer. Be thankful.
I'm alive, but Egypt is out of balance. You must know, Magi, the law is harmony between all peoples. May Serapis unite us all.
That is the end of the caretaker's cult. But Nanifer is right. Egypt is out of balance. And that is the Order of Ancients doing.
Oh yeah, we have a bow of Wadjet, which is a light bow with poison on it, I'm quite sure. Indeed, in all things are allowed. Nothing is true, everything is allowed. I like the way the bike says it. Is nothing true? But it's a nice plot twist that he kind of like just stops stuttering. Even though you think it's like something he has to permanently deal with. Alright, but yeah, that's gonna be everything I will be doing today for AC Origins. The next quest according to a quest order would be the Brides. We're gonna take care of that next time and continue there. And yeah, then we're already gonna make our way to the start of the main quest line in Faiyum and the hunt for the crocodile. It's gonna have multiple parts. 2 parts actually. The Crook and the Idao. No, it actually has the Faiyum and the Faiyum Oasis. One is kind of like setting up you going to the arena and then you actually are in the arena, fighting and investigating. Not quite sure we're gonna get all the way there next time, because probably gonna be some introduction missions first. But yeah, I will try to get as close to the arena as possible in the next session of this. The good thing is you're gonna spend a bit less time on the discovery tour in this area because there's only very few happening there. So yeah, we can really focus a bit more on the actual like main game and mission set there. But yeah, so much to Origins for today. Let's go ahead and quit the desktop and let's see who's online and who we can shoot a raid today. Let's have a look. But you like how they do those kind of plays on words? Absolutely. It's like a nice reference to throw in as well. But not maybe everyone will pick up immediately on, but yeah, it's nice to kind of like investigate it further. No worries, Shella. Thanks for being here, dude. I hope you have a good rest of your day. And definitely catch you next time. That's a good side quest I've won. The Bride, it is. I do like the way Bike kind of handles that situation, you know, like preventing someone from jumping to death. And kind of like really getting the person in like a different mindset, you know. Of like, okay, I have to do something else with my life. Something which will both bring me peace and kind of like make me look forward to something. Grace of my work, you know, 2 other Michelles. One doesn't go by Michelle even though it's her first name. The other goes by Michelle and it's actually her middle name. So renaming will probably work and then just restricting Michelle to middle or additional names instead of first names. That would definitely have some sort of impact. At least would, you know, lower the chance of getting that intolerance. I'm quite sure. Not having it as a first name. No worries, Rod. Thank you for being here as well, dude. Definitely catch you next time. Have a good one, Dr. Darling. Until next time. Sorry I had to wait so long earlier for the history time, but I wanted to make sure that you might be there when I actually read it. And I also give a couple shoutouts here to some fellow streamers. So yeah, if you haven't checked out Rod, Schiller or Grace, then I would highly recommend doing so. Rod is currently playing for AC Unity and he's doing a French language playthrough and doing lots of side content as well for lots more dialogue lines covered in French language. He's doing it as a kind of like celebration playthrough for 10 years of a game being released now. Also check out Schiller. Schiller's playing some American Truck Simulator, but is also a big fan of Assassin's Creed 2. He's also been doing 100% runs and platinum runs in games like Mafia, Skyrim. He will also be planning on playing The Witcher 3 for the first time in the future. And also check out Grace. Grace has been doing some just chatting. She also does co-working streams. Was also a big fan of action-adventure games, games like Stardew Valley, and yeah. And that is no worries for the shoutouts whatsoever. Thanks again for being here, and we're gonna go and raid to Lucinda. Because Lucinda is also playing another historical game, which is, of course, Ghosts of Tsushima. If you would like to come along with the raid, there's some raid emotes in chat. You can copy and paste if you like. We got one for subs and one for non-subs, so feel free to copy and paste whatever applies to you. Thanks again, everyone, for being here today. And yeah, I'll be back tomorrow with probably more Origins. I'd like to get some good progress done this week with the game, if I can. You too, Sani. Thank you for being here again. Have a good rest of the evening and night. I'll catch you over at Lucinda's. No super mega secret game. Maybe. You never know. You never know what could happen, what might happen, what won't happen. It's a mystery. A super mega ultra secret mystery.